Righty, chat. Hello. Ooh. Oh, sound peaking. No. Hello. How we doing, chat? There we go. What are y'all up to today? How is the chaos of Wednesday? Halfway through the week, let's go. Yes, chaos. All of the chaos. Oh, hello, Peace, Amaris. How are you guys doing? Hope you guys are doing well. Oh, noises. Okay. Ghost hunting chaos. What? You guys playing spooky games? Okay, chat. We are also back today with more Remnant. Playing Phasma with your sister. Nice, nice. Definitely all of the spooks. We would never cause chaos with cursed objects. No, that would be ridiculous. That would be the wrong thing to do, right? Why would we ever start a hunt on purpose? Okay, chat. So last we left off, we had just made it to Earth. The place infected with the root, the start of it all. I actually had hopped on this character briefly over the weekend. That's why I'm wearing a different helmet than I was. And I took this character into my brother's game to open a door in it. So let's put our other helmet back on. Started to undo Apollo's blanket because you're not too happy with it. Oh no! Well, hopefully the new pattern you found feels right once you get through it further. But yeah, we're here, chat, and it do be spooky out here. Ooh. Find the source. But yeah, we've got Dog. Dog is here to help, chat. I don't see any horrifying monsters floating past the screen this time. But I'm sure that won't last long. We are certainly in for it. Seems very gray and stormy. Indeed it do. For the moment, we're just solo right now, chat.
Looks like Earth, but somehow worse.
Worse indeed. Little does our person know. There's so many chittering noises. I don't know how the audio is. I don't know how well you guys can hear it. Hopefully I balanced the audio well enough for the... Oh. It's quite possible. I hadn't really poked them about joining yet, because mostly I know that A, time zones, B, Sky's at work. Okay. So these are just little guys that I can't touch at the moment. skittering. What? Why is it shaking? But yeah, I started a new game with my brother as well over the weekend. And we happen so far we've gotten a different role of each world we've been to. It's been great. I don't like that the map kind of just ends. There it is. I'm like, where's the map? Game's a bit quiet, not sure how combat volume will be. Oh, no. You were able to hear that? Okay, we'll just continue to let me know. Here we go. How's some of the sound? Whoop. How's all this combat sound so far? I can turn it up a little bit if it's a little bit too quiet. I just want to make sure that I'm still hearable over it. Might be able to turn it up just a little. Okay, let's see. How about I put it somewhere in there? That might be a little bit better. Don't like these noises they make! What? Oh god, hello. You can hear the ambient sounds now? Okay, that's good. I can always turn myself up a bit too. If we just both needed to be louder. Why can't I hit whatever... Okay, well. I might be able to adjust the in-game sound as well. God, I need... Chat, I was really bad yesterday. I didn't wear my glasses for like half the stream and my eyes were so tired and... Oh god! My glasses are so cloudy today though! I need to wear my glasses and be a responsible human being. Where is my lens wipe? Oh, there it is. Yoink. We're at that time of day where the sun's coming through my curtains just wrong and like it fogs up my glasses so badly. Okay, I need my spray. Hopefully if I clean them properly, they won't glare so badly in the sun. It just makes the whole game hazy when the light hits the smudges like that. That does not look better. A bit hard to hear me, so either bump me or mess with the game again. Okay. Let me grab myself just a little bit. I can't put myself too much higher because I'm getting into like peaking range, so if I start cutting out too much, let me know and I'll mess with it more. Oof, I'm just gonna have to either not wear them or deal with the haze until the sun goes down. Because that did not help. Heckin' sun. Okay, yeah, I can't see through them at the moment. Okay, so hopefully turning me up, I can also talk a little bit louder. hopefully that helps, and you don't have to worry about it as much. I can also move my mic just a tad. I can't move it too close to me or you start being able to hear my keyboard. That was horrible aim. There we go. But yeah, hopefully that's a little bit better. Yeet. Oh, large! Ow, ow, what? Did he? Oh god! Ow, ow, fuck! Oh my god! Jesus! Okay. Oh god, that's so much shit! Stop doing that! Oh my gosh. Okay, did I cut out at all during that panic mode? Because that'll be the real question, is during all that if I cut out too much. Okay, there is a checkpoint above me. Don't think so? That's good then.
What the hell?
What? Oh. That the hell. Oh god. Hey Wolf, how you doing? Don't like that. Okay. We've got a checkpoint. Hello. Some scrap. We love that. Hole. Hole in ground, okay. And then a path down. But what that hole in ground do? Yeet! Okay. Ow! Frick. Ooh, hello.
Oh, I like that.
New relic. That was fast to find. That's not relic, those are amulets. These are relics. Unused regenerate 57.5% of max health for 5 seconds. When the heal ends, any overhealed health is doubled and awarded over the next 20 seconds. That's a pretty interesting... It's pretty comparable to the original one. It's a little bit less healing, but it does some extra stuff as well to make it comparable. Alrighty. I was wondering what that hole was. Okay. I wonders if I could just yeet myself out the window. That's a great use of time, right? Okay. They're giving us a ton of scrap during all of this. Ah. Trait point! Oh, there's a really nice trait point that I got in my other game that I wish we could have had here as well. I don't remember what it was. It was really good. Okay. Ah. Already got a fight ahead of us here. What is the point of this little side room? Huh. Weird. Oh, that's a lot of, smoke in there. Oh! Hi, little monsters. I can actually literally just see you through the, Cool. Woohoo, hello. Yeet! Can you... Oh, I'm out of stamina. Woo! Hello! Oh god, I have... Oh, there's... Okay, I see. Danger, black smoke of doom. Bad smoke, doom, smoke. Ow. I don't know if I'm just supposed to, like, survive or keep moving during all of this. Ow. Frick. Woo, hello. Shit! Fuck! Crap! Hi! Oh my gosh! Oh, Jesus! Frick! I don't like whatever this is! Don't do that! No! Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Okay. That guy scared me. It's over, they're just still screeching. Bane Soap! My brother, thank you for the resub! And for 22 months! You're almost at 2 full years! Ooh, hello. Haymaker's ring. That button. Just there. Increases melee damage for every 1 point of armor encumbrance. Oh gosh, if you put on that super heavy armor, your melee would just be absolutely wild. I don't like the sounds in here. Yeah, the constant squealing sound is a bit much. Oh my god. That sound is gonna drive me nuts. I don't know if my audio broke or if it's supposed to sound like this. Alright, hold on. We're gonna... Ow. We're gonna go somewhere that doesn't have that sound. And then go back and see if it chills out. Uh-oh. Why is it all scary here? That's not normal. How's my tree? They said not to touch the tree unless the thing was purple, right?
Hey, you're back.
I don't think you really had anything that I wanted.
Stop by anytime. You know where to find me.
Alright, the world is scary here. Cool. Yeah, I like the sound like super broke or something in that other in the root earth because that was getting. Hopefully it's not still there when we go back because otherwise I'm gonna have to like turn off the game sound or like parts of it because that was getting like headachy. Okay. That's a little bit better. I definitely think the sound broke earlier. Because it doesn't sound like that anymore. Oh, thank goodness. Because I was not going to be able to listen to that. Ooh, hello. Hunk of power. Grants 15% increase to all damage. Consuming a relic doubles the bonus for 15 seconds. That is pretty nice. Yeah, whatever happened with the boss sound was definitely... oof. Thankfully, teleporting out made it go away, though. Ugh, the sun is in such a horrible spot today, chat. It's making it, like, the game just, like, really hard to see. God. Okay. Okay, make sure I'm not missing... What is this little sneaky part on the map? Oop, not what I wanted. Gotta keep an eye out for this sneaky little curve here. lot of just super findable chests everywhere. There we go. That's stuff. Okay. So... Ah, cool. It is connecting to the big loop that was on the map. Whoops, hello. I saw another one coming up around. Ooh, God, you're freaking shit. It's all, like, distorted and glitchy, which is interesting. Every time. Whoops, hello. Alright, we're fine. Side path? I swear to God, audio, don't get weird again. Dying Ember Ring. Gain 6% of base melee damage dealt as lifesteal. It's a shame that all of, like, these really great, like, melee items are at the very end of the game. For, like, people that want to do melee-heavy builds. It's like, nope, not until the last world. Yeah, the glitchy visuals definitely seemed intentional, but oh boy, the sound choices in this area are hard to listen to. Mostly I just found the glitchy visuals interesting. Just, like, lore-wise, I guess. Okay, that's back down where we were. We're making our way towards the big tree, chat. Checkpoint. This is... Oh, this is a very big no-turn back, point. I see. Haha, haha. Oh, I hate that. Oh, I hate all of that. This is fine.
Oh, that's odd.
Oh, yeah.
Good.
No shit. Yeah. I mean, that looks fine. That's less fine. Oh, damn, dude was sleeping on his head. Nice, cancer. Okay, nope, that's less nice. Oh, I don't like that. Whoa, jeez! I don't like this. Fucking. Fuck. Oh, you moved! That's not the right button! Oh, you were glitching again! Oh god, no! Well, now I really need that. Fuck cancer! Oh, shit. Shit. Ow. Fuck. Ow. Die! Haha! Whew. That wasn't so bad. Oh, Necrosite Strand. And the trait point. This is a good baby. Oh, man. Okay, grab the ammo that dropped. Use up the trait point. Let's go ahead and grab some more siphoner. Should I? It's fine. Next area. Ooh, tree's a little redder up close. Alright, let's touch this and get our relic charges back. Sorry, just a sec, chat. Okay, there we go. Ooh. Oh god, oh gosh. Okay, they all full left. Wonder if I could have shot them. Probably. Whoops, hello. These guys being in the ground is definitely a little bit of a pain. Okay. Sorry, I'm just dealing with messages at the same time. Ooh. Oh. Oh, God, chat. I don't like you. Oh, no. Yeet. Oh, you have so much health. Oh, God, there's more than one. Okay, this is fine. We're fine. We're totally fine. Bad headset! Don't beep at me! No! Ah! Yeet! Okay, okay, we're fine. That wasn't so bad. Okay. Oh, that looked a lot worse than it was. Oh, jeepus. Can I get on the boat? I want to get on the boat. I hear you chittering noises. The boat would have been a great spot to hide an item, but I don't see a way to climb onto it, so... Guess not. Oh, the sun is starting to slowly move behind things outside my window. Ooh, I heard something behind me for a second. Ah. Really hard to tell where certain noises are. Oh no, coming from. Okay, we're fine. God, my aim. That's fine. I'll just pick stuff up while my dog fights. Oh, God!
Not enough room.
Fucking every time. Gosh, freaking. Nope! I just. Okay. That's fine. We're fine. Yep.
This isn't looking good.
Oh, God, no. Don't do that. I don't like whatever that was. Don't do it. Oh no, not at the same time! No, I don't fly towards me! Just as long as that dude on the right stays distracted, I don't care. Don't like not having you in my— No! Oh god, don't come in here! No! Fat. Okay, okay, we're fine. These dudes seem pretty passive, they just call things. I wonder if theoretically you could just sneak past those guys.
At least that's over.
Oh god, not the audio again. It's that one flying boss. Every time it shows up, it fucks up the audio. Is there a little weird corner down here? Yes, but no. Okay. I saw it on the map and I was like, wait a second. Hello, Sky! How you doing today, dude? We're in danger. The audio won't stop audioing. Better now that work is over. Nice, nice. Well, you're welcome to join whenever you get, like, back home from work and stuff. Ow. Alright, hold on, chat. We're gonna fix the audio again. I see you, purple. Okay. Let's go back to the ward, fix the audio. So yeah, Sky, I noticed the world is just spooky in general now. So that's cool. Totally normal. Sun has almost fully moved out of... Apparently this is a glitch that won't stop happening. People said it happened on some campaigns, but not others. At least it's an easy fix. You just teleport back to the ward and it chills out. Like, annoying, sure, but, like, fully deal with a bull. How to get up there? Ah, yes, I love a good, oh, you're at this spot. I'll get up there eventually. God.
Oh shit. What was that?
What indeed? It's just the world falling apart. It's fine. Whoops, hello.
Okay, this is it.
Ooh, that was a sound. Oh boy. Oh no. Oh no! Okay. There we go. That's the hit that I was after earlier. Fuck. Ow. God, I have terrible frickin' aim, I swear. Ooh, hello! No, no, thank you! Ow, 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 ow. Fuck, ow. Fuck, ow. Okay, we're fine. I don't like that purple smoke that just, like, swooshed about. Okay, that, like, goes way off. Hold on. And the sound's busted again. Oh, boy. So pretty much just any boss-type fight. Okay, there are a lot of different directions that this all goes in. Doink. Ow. My brain! Increases environmental movement speed. That's kind of nice. Yeah, I largely try to just shoot the ground. I was told about that when I first got the gun. Sometimes more than one hits the boss. Oh, hello. Hits the boss, but largely, yeah, I try to just get one. Occasionally, I'll throw one on a couple different enemies. Okay, we've got hit a couple different. Okay, the path I'm currently looking at is the one that loops around up. Okay. Then... Ah! Is there something else down here? Making sure I'm not missing anything. Ooh, hello. Flyweight sting. Melee damage while armor encumbrance is below 50. Okay. So many noises, chat. Really? Knock that off. Why is everybody saying this part? Ooh. Kinetic Cycle Stone. Mod and skill cast speed. Oh, that's a new checkpoint entirely. Where did the other path go then? Gosh frickin' heck. Nope, okay. Alright, that looks like a really big open space ahead. Frickin' okay, headset, fine. Let me find my cable. Okay. There's so many pathways, I don't know which one I'm supposed to take. I thought this one would loop around to the missing item. It did not! Alright, let's fix the audio again. Because I just cannot listen to that sound. Oh boy. Okay, so the other path... So there was another one. There's probably more enemies in here, but that's fine. Yeah. So, this was where the other path was? Chat. Chat, no. I'm about to have questions. Oh god, no. Why are there two paths? Why? And how was I supposed to get that other item? I didn't see any way to get that other item, and now I'm upset about it. fuck? I just want to know that I didn't miss it. Like, if it's something I come back to, that's great, but we had found an entire another checkpoint. In the pipe in the other room. One of these pipes, or in the big room? Like an hour to find it? Oh god. I want it. And yeah, it looks like this section up here juts out over it, so maybe there's something up here. No, because this just goes in here, and there's nothing else in here. So the one thing that looks like it should be it. There's so many secrets in this world. It's such a problem. This goes just so far, though. Okay, should I go do the weird spot? How do I get to you? Not connected to fucking anything. Hold on, I'm really bothered by this. There we go. You just gotta look at the map close enough. Oh my god. Crit damage. We love crit damage. Okay. I feel better. I just had to process what chunk of the map that specific piece was, so I could see the only ways to access it. Okay, I hate this. This looks awful. In every way. Hooray! Two enemies spotted so far. Three. That's a lot of blue glow around that face. This is fine. Yep, okay. Shit. Oh god, oh god, oh god! Stop that, sir! Oh, fuck your stupid gunk. Oh god, stop that, stop that, stop that. Whoop, hello. Dog, go. Okay, look at absolutely everything we can before we touch the big scary.
Can't carry anymore.
Of course you can't. Okay, reload our shit. Okay, now touch the very safe, very clearly not dangerous. Definitely not a bad thing. I hate this swirl that's happening as the world distorts. So let's chat about Mr. Eepyhead. Escalation protocol. Increases all damage dealt by 2.5% for 10 seconds after killing an enemy, stacks to 10. Dealing damage refreshes the timer. No, I didn't want to put that on. I wanted to... Which one did I fucking have on? I had this one on. Fuck. This one. I wanted to... Button peers at you like an unblinking eye. Whatever its intended purpose once was, the bulging growth stuck atop this device surely altered its function. Witnessed the final moments of countless realms. That which occurred upon the core was unique, necessitated investigation. Termination was undesirable for innumerable reasons, far too many to delineate at this moment. Increases all damage dealt by 2.5% for 10 seconds. Okay. Did I ever get the dream catcher? Apparently, yes. Is that the melee weapon? Do smack? Do something? What? Ooh! This is fine. New consumable, Walker's Dream. terrible cacophony emanates from this sphere, chittering, howling, shrieking, as if every sound ever expressed has been compiled into one vile utterance, loud and erratic. Oh, you mean the sound we've been hearing every time we fight a boss? You had a stupid panic? What happened? Are you okay? Put my weapon back on? Ah, you right. Is everything okay? Oh! Do I need to bring you things real quick? I can bring you things real quick. Yes, please? Alright, chat. That means it's break time, which we're an hour in. It's a good time for a break anyways. Shouldn't be sitting for multiple hours on end anyways. So, real fast, chat. Y'all know the drill. Make sure that you get up, you stretch, you get food, you get water, whatever it is that you need to make sure that you are taking care of yourself. And we will be right back. Alrighty, chat. We're back. Oh god, connection lost! Oh! Fuck! Well, what's wrong with my connection? Game? Fuck you mean? I seem fine. I'm like online and shit. Weird. Well, when people are ready to join later, if it's still being a butt, let me know and I can, like, restart the game. Okay, so, in area, weapons re-equipped, do the dumb. Consume the uh-oh. How do I... This is gonna suck. Woo! Okay, not how I expected to use that! I was not ready for boom, shatter it! Alrighty then. Okay. That happened. Oh, the world's all wiggly, chat. No. Oh, God. Oh. Dog's still... Okay, dog's still here. Oh, none of my abilities are regenerating. Uh-oh. Or my weapon mods, rather. That is... big chillin' at 0. Oh boy. That's gonna suck.
Now what?
Okay.
Here they come.
So it's a large lad. He is red. Bane, Vicious, and Hexer. Lovely. He brought a friend. Nope. Okay, now it's regenerating. That's good, at least. Oh, and it missed. Woo! Hello! I want you out of my way. Thank you. Oh, God, I don't like that. Oh, God! Another fucking one? Oh, God, no! Okay, we're fine, we're fine. We're fine, we're fine, we're fine, we're fine, we're fine. Stuff, oh, God! Right. Fucking rude. Ow. Oh my god. Whew.
Looks like I'm full up.
Okay. Okay, what did we got stuff. We got a splintered piece of root weaponry. There must be something you can do with this, and there was something else we got too. I shouldn't pay attention. I was in danger. Gotta love when two things pop up and you only know what one of them was. Okay, can I wake up now? Got a weapon attachment thingy. Ah, gotcha. Do I wakey now? Am I missing anything? It's like it didn't wake me up immediately. Can leave now? Go to checkpoint? Okay. Zoom. Yeah, right. Where's the guy from the Bloodborne world going, wake up? Ouch. Okay. Hello, speak to me.
Yay, you're...
Yay, you're a ray of sunshine.
Alright, let's...
Did I get anything new from all of that? Corrosive acid stuff. Huh. Affects weapons of malware, shots fragment. Fragment enemies die, they glitch.
Move along, traveler.
Okay.
You're a busy woman.
Not really anything that I'm too interested in. I could probably at least...
Good.
Okay, let's see. What's everything at? Okay.
You know where to find me.
Oh, did I get a new class thing that I need to... Okay, let's head up to... Hello.
Traveler. They don't like it.
Ah, that's what it's for.
Goodbye, traveler.
Invader! Woohoo! Now I can be like Sky. Now I'm so very fancy. Okay. Well, at least none of those fights fucked up the audio there. He loves this game very much. It's a good game. Can I just go back here? Now you two can make your friends think you're an enemy. Yeah, well, if you didn't look so dang dangerous. Okay. Ah, there's a dog. Okay. Now we can come up here and do... Need to do the data mining class. The invader one required a tiny bit of it, but we haven't even got to the hard one yet. Yeah, no, I haven't bothered to do any of the crazy stuff. I wanted to kind of wait until I could do it normally, like get all the stuff myself and not just rely on friends bringing all of the stuff into the game for me. So that one will take a little bit of time. Okay. So I got a lot of stuff to get before I can do that one. Oh, I see door. Uh-oh. I don't like this little guy just... Oh, God. The fuck you just say to me? He's laughing. How dare you? Ow. I don't want to be in that. Ooh, you little shit. Oh, don't do that. Don't do that! Ow, sir. Oh, God! Fucking rude! Fuck. Ow! Fuck. Ow, 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 ow. Shit, 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 shit. God, no, thank you. Get him, dog, get him! Let's go! Aha! You thought it was a tormentor? Oh, jeez. New material, Dreadcore. I am first trying this shit like there's no tomorrow, chat. Ooh. So much arena that I didn't walk around. Alrighty. Yeah, no, big tormentor energy for sure. But I thought there was a door all the way that way. Maybe that's the door we came in from. Free time. Okay, looks like I covered the map pretty good here. Speed I'm going, I'll probably beat the game before you get on. Oh. Well. Hey, there's all the rerolls we still gotta do, so... There's plenty more game. Ooh. I see. Tree. I don't like the big goopy red door. Ah, yes. With the big crystal in front of it. Does that mean you can bring your main now? I mean, at that point, I suppose, yeah. I mean, I'm already pretty high level at this point. It's not as big a deal as it was when I was in, like, Yeisha still. This is fine, chat. Oh no, the jelly wall. Oh, this is a great idea.
It won't work.
Anomaly. To the side.
Not a real good if the protector people are in here.
This is our one chance. If we stop the route here, it's done. For good.
Corruption.
Is it though?
Eradicated.
I can break the shield, but it'll take everything I've got. I'll be powerless. All right.
I mean, you don't gotta break it. You just need to make a small hole in it. You do hear Doggo running around.
Say it. Or it's the end of everything.
Anomaly. Your chance of success is greater than 0.
I'll take it. We love greater than 0.
Attempting to reassure you.
Yeah. Thanks. Very comforting. Come on. Let's do this.
Hey, a greater than 0 chance of success is still a chance of success. Do I have any questions at this point?
What do you want to know?
I don't think I had questions at this. These are all questions we've already asked. Okay.
Are you sure?
Nope. Oh, I probably should have... Did I actually touch that crystal? Oh well! This is fine. See what I mean? I think dealing with the whole shield was excessive. She just needed to punch a hole in it. I'll be powerless. Tries to use powers immediately. I'm not holding anything. My powers, chat.
Hey, traveler. Kick some ass for me.
Will do. Oh, that was great. Yeah, I'm gonna go back and touch the crystal now. Have a nice day. Don't die. Oh. I got this! Pow! Oh. That was great. Alright, chat. Oh, this looks fine. When there's a whole, like, galaxy of smoke inside of a tree, you know that's totally safe. This is fine. I love how they're just chilling back there. Don't turn around in here! Keep your eyes on the death pit. Are you a root dragon? Yep. This is... annihilation! That... oh god! Yep! Oh, you've got a sword! Oh god! Okay, the timing on that is not great. It's also not the weapon that I would like to be holding at the moment. Oh god. I'm fucking dead as shit, chat. Oh god, no! Oh my god, can I please? Nope, okay. I haven't done a single tick of damage to this guy yet. Oh my god. Please, no! Oh my god. There! Damage! Can you fucking not? You little fucking piece of shit. Fucking hell. Oh my god, let go. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Okay, I'm dead. Yeah, no, that's some bullshit, alright. Holy fuck. Yeah. Okay. At least I actually did in fact do some damage to it. Best boss in the game. That's some bullshit right there. There is so much more going on in this fight. The timing on these attacks is a fucking menace. I haven't seen shit yet. Oh no, I'm sure once I beat it there'll be more too. Cause that just seems like the sort of shit they're gonna do in the final fight. Oh, I don't like how he just kind of like flies in from... I'm so bad at dodging this one. Button, button, thank you. Oh shit, fuck. Fucking reaching him. Fuck. Ah, I'm really bad at dodging that particular attack. Ah, shit. Where the fuck? There he is. Oh, you little fucking stop that! Fucking damn. Ugh. I definitely did better that time, at least. Oh my god. Fucking nutty. Oh, Jeebus. Okay. Yeah. Already. I'm gonna die immediately. Yeah. Fucking hell, I just can't right now. Those are all gonna come at me immediately. Cool, because that's fine. Knock your shit off. Stop your bullshit! Way impatient on dodging that one. Oh, fuck you. Damn it! This is so much harder than the rest, and my dog can't do shit. It is a little bit annoying to have some of the boss fights be like, oh, by the way, a key component of one of the main classes is useless in here. Like, I know I still have his abilities, and that's fine. Every time. Oh, I got it. Ah. Oh god. No, 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 no. Shit. Fuck. Dang it, I was doing really well that time. I just couldn't get my heal off in there. Every time I tried, it had been too long before one of his attacks. I'm fucking just doomed right away. Okay. Fucking... Where did you... There you are. I got stuck on the ledge. Roll forward. Okay, okay, what's next? I don't trust you. Don't rip your head off. I don't like this. Oh, you're glitching. Oh, yep, you are ripping your head apart. Oh, you're ripping your whole everything apart. Oh, hello. Oh. What happened to the world? Oh god, oh fuck, shit. What the shit? What the fuck? How is this shit telegraphed? What the fuck? None of this shit is telegraphed! What the fuck? I don't... Okay, that time I... What the fuck? What kind of fight is that? Jeez. Oh my god. The only thing that I could understand the telegraphing for was when they hit the side and swiped through. I just wasn't prepared for it. Oh my god. It's all telegraphed. If you see it, there's a 100% chance it moves towards you. If I see what? If I'm standing in the middle and suddenly there's just a sword present in my face? There was nothing to see! The after movement being telegraphed doesn't help the fact that they just appear in locations. I didn't see any telegraphing as to where it was going. It won't let you join. Well, I was still in the fight, but it might also... Is it telling you I'm offline? Because that's also not correct. There. The first phase was at least telegraphed. It should be joinable now, Sky. When the game went offline, it took the internal session offline. Hello. Okay, I'm moving into my Discord, Sky. Hello. Yeah, that's some bullshit. The first phase is fine. It was just a lot, but everything was at least telegraphed. Of course there's fucking more. Yeah. Oh, chat can't hear you. Hold on. Okay, there you go, chat. Now you can hear. There's a Sky present.
Hi, chat.
Okay, yeah, that was a load of stupid.
Yes, it is.
Oh, do you need to go anywhere before we run in, or?
Oh no, I was in Ward 13 wooden.
Okay. Okay. Lot of help you are, dog. Dog's just like, I wasn't trained for dragon bullshit. Oh, it's so weird when he's not pointing at me. Oh, that time he was, though. Okay. That's rude. Stop moving so much! I'll shoot you in the ass. I'll do it. Oof. Don't stand in that. Fuck your bullshit, big dragon! Okay. Now for the real bullshit.
Yep.
The very confusing, why is this suddenly a digital world bullshit. Okay, that time I saw some of the... Okay, well... Alright, I'm just gonna get hit by everything. It's just a rule. Oh god, where am I? Ah! I wasn't ready for what the fuck?
Welcome to phase 3.
I hate it! Oh god, oh, that's not on the same side! Oh, fuck you! Alright. Let go! Alright. Oh god. I'm gonna die so badly. Dog, go, please!
Dog goes in the middle of saving me when it's shifted.
Oh god, no!
Got shielded. Heal up.
Oh, that was some staggering bullshit. I almost... I knew what I needed to do for that one, I just didn't fucking do it. Oh god, where am I? Okay.
Just use your heals for you. Shielded.
Oh god, where am I? Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Nope. Oh, God.
Alright, King, go. You got this. Complete the mission.
I'm trying! Oh my god. Oh god, I've got the bad shit. Stop that! Oh god. Oh god. Fuck you! No, heal me, please. Ugh. Damn.
So close.
That's so chaotic. Yeah, I was not expecting the constant back and forth swap.
Hi, Rabbit.
Hi, Rabbit! Well, alrighty then.
I feel like it's the part that I missed my main, because you can technically increase your Dragon Relic up to 10.
Yeah.
And with me being baby, I'm only at a 3, so
Oh.
I have like no heals. Hate the delay in those swings.
Oh my god. Fuck you! Oh my god. Get back here, you little shit. That was horrible timing. Oh, don't put that there. Fuck. Oh my god, there you are. It's Steve! On. Oh my god! I love how it re-glitched into here. Oh man.
Now you tell me.
Oh,
Come to what? Hey. Hey! There's gotta be a way!
Hey, look, it's you.
A goddamn way!
Only two of them come for me. The corruption consumes us all.
Keep! What's going on? Why isn't it staying dead?
The corruption is violent. Containment is no longer a viable option. We all want to combat this. Annihilation. Eradicate the corruption. The system is to restore.
Okay, what the hell does that mean? It means wiping everything. Starting over. Starting over? I thought we were trying to stop that from happening. We have no choice. The root will destroy everything. For all time.
This is unexpected. I am reluctant to execute.
No. Keep, there's another way. Traveler! On me!
Clementine!
Uh-oh. Oh god. No! Well, that's unfortunate timing to have no ammo. Not that it seems to be doing anything anyways.
forgot about that little part at the end.
Uh-oh. Yoink. Hmm. Yeah, sorry for the audio glitching again, chat. There's another way, we don't have to reset everything, but oh boy, it's gonna look like that's exactly what we're doing. What? Oh god, wait, I don't know if this is copyrighted. Hold on. Nope. Sorry, chat. I hear music, I panic. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck just happened. Now he begged him to explain what happened in the DLC. No, that's fair. Because, yeah, his only option is annihilation and resetting the whole world. And then Clementine's like, no, there's another way. Makes it look like she does exactly that.
Well, I mean, she did and she didn't.
It mostly looked like she yoinked all of the things she wanted to save. But then doesn't really tell us what she did with them.
Well, I mean, like, you know how throughout the game, like, people have, like, seemed like they recognize us?
I've seen everybody say, do I know you? All humans look the same. And that's about it.
Basically, yeah. So, she saved them and basically, like, reset the world to, like, an earlier save point,
Uh-huh.
but, like, not all the memory, she wasn't able to, like, perfectly replicate it, so
Mm.
there's, like, some corruption.
She time looped us.
Basically, yeah.
Can't
And
destroy the
so,
world if I just set it in an eternal time loop that never progresses past this point.
exactly.
I don't know if
This
that's a
is
happy ending.
this is basically explaining how we're able to like re-roll the world and everything too.
Yeah. That's what my brother said too. Boom, rerolling campaign is now lore. Look, chat, we did it! Hooray! They've already confirmed that they never want to stop making sequels, so it only gets more fun from here. Ooh. Remnant 3, let's go! Yeah, that boss was fucking wild. That was absolute chaos. Literally heard a dev say Remnant 7 out loud. Oh, jeez. Oh man. Yeah, that would be wild.
Trying
Which
to turn
implies that
Remnant
they
into the Final
have.
Fantasy series.
Sorry, what?
So they're trying to turn Remnant into the Final Fantasy series.
Yeah. Which makes you think if they like plan on like making sequels that far out, that must mean they have like a lot of like story already like semi laid out going forward. They must have some idea at least of where they want it to go from here if they're that prepared to keep making sequels that far out. The easiest game for them to make would just be the first Earth, the outbreak of the root. Yeah, it's a game doomed to have a bad ending, but easy content. Look at all these lovely people that worked so hard on this game.
Yep. So many people.
Oh, Snapchat. End of the year Twitch bonus. Subs and bits are on sale. Save 25% on subs and get 10% bonus bits. We love a discount. Twitch will add 10% to every cheer over 300 bits. Alright, chat. We're gonna take another quick break while the rest of the credits run here. So I'm gonna vanish. Make sure y'all get up, stretch, get food, get water. Whatever it is that you need, make sure you're taking care of yourself. And we'll be right back. The one fucking game where the credits last only like 2 seconds, chat, I swear to God. Every other game, they last longer than that. Now I gotta pull up the VOD and see what I missed. Ah, heck.
You missed all the things.
I
So much happened.
know. I'm in your top 5 streams, let's go! Okay, where that VOD? Videos. There. Alright, hold on, chat. I got this. Let me just... I need to do some shenanigans.
Shenanigans.
Shenanigans. Uh... And then I do that. Nope, not that. I do that. Then I do a little bit of that. A little bit of that. I got this, chat. It'll be like nothing happened. Look at that. We're still watching the credits like a responsible. It's fine. It's fine. I need the game to shut up though. Shush game. Yuck, I don't know if I have an audio source for this. It's all bad chat. I need... that audio? Question mark? Oof. Okay. Is there sound? There's no sound. Why is there no sound? Fuck, that's too far. Oh god, but there's no sound! Why? Ah. Why isn't there sound? Does any of this have sound? Oh, it does. Oh, so there is sound. It's just very quiet here. Did I go too far? Oh, okay, chat, here we go. Did I do something to the game's audio during this part? Why is this so quiet?
That's just how it is.
That's just how it is? That's so weird. This feels like there should be, like, momentous audio here. Ah. Okay, sure.
And
Interesting.
that's the game.
That was very quiet for some reason, I guess. And that's the game, chat. There you go. Oh, I did have the game audio turned down. Maybe... Huh. I don't know. Weird. Alright, let's bring the game audio back. Okay. Hopefully that's about where we had the audio earlier, chat. Okay, so if we start game, does it just put us basically back right before the boss stuff then?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so there's no actual after boss save. You just go in and you can start re-rolling shit.
Well, I mean, like, it puts you at the crystal before the last boss, but the last boss won't be there.
Oh. Okay. Cool. Nifty biscuits.
Yeah, so like what most people do is they just re-roll adventure mode since it's easier to get the items and the rolls that you need. And then they'll re-roll the campaign if because there's stuff that you get for beating the final boss at like certain levels, or difficulty level.
Okay.
Plus you get the best trait that I don't know why they give it to you after you beat the final boss.
Oh, what did it give?
This Scholar is a bonus to EXP.
Ah! That is nice. Go back to current worlds, roll adventure mode, or reroll campaign and difficulty level. Okay. So how do adventure mode? I'm assuming that's what we want to do.
Yeah, I would, before doing that, like, check to see if you have like any upgrades that you want to do. Because the final boss did drop items and stuff. But yeah, when you're at the crystal, it should be like in the lower part of it.
Ooh. Someone looks fancy.
Very fancy. With my shiny new explosive gun.
We love shiny new explosive guns.
Yay, you're back. Let's have a look.
Alright. Ah. Root gun.
Root.
Brand targets. mostly like the stuff that I've had. I should probably swap out my bow at some point. Those noises sound fine.
It's all fine.
Might as well.
Yeah, yeah.
Because this is a great idea. Make a weapon out of the horrible bad thing that's been...
Yep.
Yeah, it's fine. Totally safe. Totally, totally safe.
Yep, so this pistol here, this is Anguish. This is the new hidden weapon that they added in the DLC.
Oh, yeah?
When you charge it, it goes... flap.
Oh! Explosions!
Skill basically turns it into a needler.
Well, that just seems excessive. I like your bow, it's very shiny.
Oh, thank you.
I suppose I should probably swap class stuff around and actually, like, level more stuff, huh?
I mean, it'll help you if you plan on doing, like, builds and stuff.
Yeah. Bleeding won't stop.
Question
like,
is, what to work on?
Your medic isn't capped out, so I would wait until that one's capped out first.
Okay. It's mostly there, it's fine.
And then, like, this guy might sell you some more items too.
He's got a lot of stuff,
Yeah,
always.
alright.
Looks like mostly all the same stuff he's always had, though.
Okay. So we didn't beat it on that level.
Nope.
Like, this is where, like, after you beat it on, like, veteran and I think like hardcore and stuff,
Yeah.
Apocalypse, like all the new items will drop from him.
Mm.
Yeah, alright. Watch your back.
Nope, still a wee babu.
Trust out there.
Creepy. Only bad. Farewell.
It's still not purple.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I was trying to say is that, like, I don't think it's like a time thing. I think it's just like an RNG thing.
Like, am I supposed to take it anyways and it just eventually will be purple, or?
That's what I did.
Okay.
Like, every time the fruit like appeared, I just took it.
It's fine. As long as it does still work if you do it that way, that's all that really matters.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now we can do the DLC.
How do I do that?
You go into adventure mode.
Okay, how do adventure mode?
Go down to world settings. down at the very bottom.
Do I create new adventure mode? Is that...
Yep.
Okay. Oh. I see. The Awakened King. One shot.
Yeah, so the one shot is basically... It lets you play, like, only the new stuff for one go.
Okay.
And then after that, you can choose the Awakened King, but, like, it'll mix in some stuff.
Okay, so they're like connected stuff.
Yeah, like, normally it's connected because it's the same world,
Uh-huh.
but through the one shot, it's only new stuff. So, like, you won't have any of the old lost and stuff in there, it's only new.
Okay, so basically you have a chance to get this stuff in here anyways. This is just if you want to get right to it.
Correct.
Okay. Do you have a preference of what like, goes better?
I mean, we might as well do the one shot to get you all the new items and the new class and everything.
Okay. One-shot adventures are crafted with unique content tailored to that specific adventure. However, each one-shot can be created only once. If the same adventure is generated again, the contents will be randomized. Okay. Well, do we want to go up a difficulty level?
Yeah, we can go to veteran.
I'm doing veteran on the one with my brother. It's been an experience. So now do I just back out? Is it...
Yes,
Ah.
it's now active, so.
But yeah, like, I'm not doing, like, great on veteran, but I'm not doing horrible either.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, you're doing it the correct way.
Yeah.
So, like, normally, like, you're supposed to beat it on Survivor first and then go up a difficulty.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how you're supposed to do, like, each difficulty. But then there's some people like me that like to be punished, and I went straight to veteran.
I mean, veterans for people that have played these kinds of games anyways. Alright, Brett, thanks for hanging out. I hope to see you again later when I'm not doing spoilers. But yeah, on the campaign with my brother, we got some rolls of the worlds that I hadn't seen yet before, so that was really cool. Boat. Are you evil? Hello.
This can't be it. Can it? This is what it means. All it means to know. Oh. Hello, stranger. You know it too, don't you? Everything we Dran didn't dare to know before.
Uh-huh. I do know lots of stuff.
It's a terrible burden to know. Helpless and heavy and horrible. We were veiled before the king arrived. Unknowing, unwise, unburdened. He tore away the veil. Now we know. We know what we couldn't possibly know. He fell from the sky. Fell and filled our world with storms and swells and knowings. And the beasties. His beasties. They were here before. But we didn't see them. Sneaking and stalking like that. Now, we see it all.
Are they still here?
Oh, yes. Everywhere. They hunt
That's
and hide
fine.
in plain sight.
Bleeding won't stop.
You don't think you see them until you do. Once you've seen one, You see them all. Oh, but the king is killing the beasties. They must have made him mad and murderous. And once he kills all of them, then we'll be his beasties. To push and play and squish and squash.
I mean, that's a choice.
But there ain't anything else to be. We are what we are. I know me now. And to know is to know. And once you know, you can't never not know. Oh, my head is full of things. Things and things. I wish it wasn't. It's too much. Too much and so much that I don't want any. I'd rather be empty.
And that, friends, is anxiety.
I know. Everyone goes and is gone eventually. Even me. So long, stranger.
Don't you love when your head's just full of things and you can't unknow the things? That's fine.
Just past here, the real goddess. Oh, Shakura.
50. Oh, hi, lady. I remember you. That's a mighty crouch. Alright, let's go see some things. Oh, hello. Oh, aren't you pleasant? Why is there so many pathways? Ow! Well, now we're missing all of the dialogue. Woo. Rude. Oh, well. Oh my god. Alright, my shit's also not on the stuff I thought it was. There. That one. Also, are you saying anything? Because I can't hear you.
I forgot that I muted myself because I was coughing.
Oh, okay. I was like, why can't I hear you? Oh, hello. Oops. Gotta get just the right angle. There you are.
Might I have some space, please? I'm busy.
Well, that's rude.
Busy, yes. Preoccupied. Means I am otherwise engrossed.
In what?
Really? Must you?
Yep.
Oh, very well. You are infuriatingly persistent. What? Have you lost your way? Separated from your kith and kin?
Nah,
You-
Sky's behind me.
Ah. You are not Dran. Do I not look the part to perfection? I thought my disguise was quite clever. But you are insightful. Indeed, I am Faye.
I see your
My
shiny,
name is
glowy
Faye
robes.
Wise, royal scribe to the one true king. Former scribe, I suppose. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Whatever might you be called?
No one calls me by an actual name, so here you go.
Don't trust me with your name. Is that it? Wise.
Yeah,
Names
giving
are
Fae
precious
names
things,
is never
especially
smart.
when left at the mercy of someone else's quill. But for the record's sake, I simply must know what brings an outsider to the one true king's blood-soaked realm.
Exploration.
Be warned. The one true king does not tolerate outsiders. I suggest you stay far, far away from his death-shrouded castle. Better yet, return from whence you came. And, take me with you.
Take him with no.
Worth a try.
Ooh, you make stuff.
Craft stuff.
No, you don't. Okay.
With my hands? Like the common rabble? I am a royal scribe, a master of words and wit, the stenographer, the very voice of the king. I see now. This is splendid. Yes, my clever disguise has fooled you thoroughly. Has it happened? The drag who once adorned these garments carried some supplies on his person, yes? I would happily give them to you. For a small, meager price.
Okay.
It's a fair exchange, I assure you.
I doubt it. Oh, they're actually not that expensive. Self-inflicts bleeding status upon the wearer. Causes bleed damage per second. Increases crit chance. Prevents
The one I'm
curse.
using.
I was wondering that. I saw you had the bleed stuff. Okay.
I do. But for you, I'll make an exception.
Who's king?
One true king rules these lands. Since time immemorial, he has brought order to
Woo!
chaos, purgation to our wicked depravity. That is, until he
I
was
was not expecting
betrayed.
that to break.
Assassinated. By whom, precisely, depends upon the fate you ask. Some say it was the imposter king, Phelan. Others say it was the king's very own council. Less indefinite is that a dark magic was called upon to perform the deed. The king's death caused a schism in this world. Ours has become conjoined with another, that of the Dran. Yet the time for culpability has long since passed. The one true king has returned from the dead. Or perhaps he was never truly dead to begin with.
Who do you think did it?
I know who killed the king.
Do
There
you?
are a great many things a royal scribe comes to know. Confidences, machinations, indiscretions, all of which I will take to my lonesome grave, mind you. But that cognizance has, regrettably, left me in a precarious position, implicated me, so to speak. Now I cannot return.
Suspicious.
Me? But I don't know anything at all.
No one believes that.
Wherever would you get that idea?
Bleeding
I'm but
stop.
a lonely, mindless Dran.
We already covered that you're not.
The one true king seeks vengeance upon the Fae, namely the naysayers who usurped him. Although he offers no inquisition on the matter, only the pike. Yet he has taken a liking to the Dran, docile, malleable, obedient. All things we Fae are, by and large, not. Thus, I dress like this, that his pervading gaze not notice my lowly, negligible presence. Quite clever of me, really.
Can't pretend forever.
While my disguise is incredibly thorough, it's merely a temporary measure. The Dran are so terribly dull-witted, they hardly notice my presence at all. But the same cannot be said for the king. Should I dally here too long, he will inevitably find me. Did you descry the boat far upon the horizon? Once this deluge ceases, you won't see me again.
Just gonna yoink a boat.
I seldom left the king's side. As his loyal scrivener, I put his every distinguished word to ink. There was no one more dutiful nor loyal than I. Decrees, musings, secrets, all must be recorded for posterity's sake. Yes, well, I had little choice in the matter. Every member of his court is hand-selected. I was so very honored, humbled, and deeply honored. And there's no refusing the one true king. He bid me to serve, and serve I did, without question. Some Fae took to courtly duties better than others. For many, servitude fostered only resentment. Not for myself. I naturally served faithfully and diligently and
Naturally.
without protest.
Sure.
The king has ever been harsh, given the nature of his charges. Many Fae have rebelled in the past, but now that one of us has actually bested him, he has changed. Paranoia has taken reign of his senses, and in the eyes of a mad king, all are presumed guilty. Perhaps he loved the Fae once, but no longer.
Fair enough.
You didn't hear it from me.
Of course not. How would I possibly hear it from... Shut up, headset!
Don't forget, the king has eyes everywhere.
Alright, I hear you bleeding back here.
He's constantly bleeding.
Yep. Alright. Where's what I wanted?
Why are you doing this?
They're coming!
Fuck! I no.
Fine, I got you covered.
Okay. You know, for a ring that I wore the entire start of the game, I sure don't fucking remember what it looks like. That one. Okay.
If you have a soap that you like, I would sit there and save the build.
That's fine. Whee!
Because if you're on the character menu, if you hit R twice, then it goes to the loadouts.
No, I was only changing one thing.
Nah.
Let's get him!
Okay. Alright.
You doing that, okay? Trying out the Alpha and Omega.
Yeah, I don't know if I like it.
That's fair. That's kind of how most weapons are.
I've never been a fan of, like, delayed fire. Oh, God. You fuck off. That's a lot of very goopy, Whoop, hello. There we go.
Thanks, Bob.
Ah, there's the ladder. Oh, that's right. Flashlights.
Yeah, I always forget about it too.
There's so many areas that you just don't need it in.
Exactly. Lots and lots of red barrels. Yay! My favorite.
Totally safe. Ow! Oh, God! Oh, God! Oh, God! Yep. Well, that got bad.
Just a little bit. Casual, but just.
Whoops.
No room for that.
You are gonna get shot by me so many times, invisible like that.
Oh, that's fine. The relic I have has regeneration on it.
Is this that place we were at the last time we were?
No. This is like a brand new sewers.
Huh.
We definitely missed this the first time going through.
No, 100%. This was part of the last time we played.
Yeah. Yeah, it's because, like...
Yeah.
Which, I mean, like, technically we don't have to do it since we already got the ring.
Ah.
But the ring does, like, give like 250 scrap since it's an extra.
So there's not really anything else in here if you come here again.
Nope, just scrap for getting the ring again.
Okay. It's fine. I'm not hurting for scrap for anything that badly.
Incoming.
Woo! Ow! Ah.
Explosions.
They died very quickly.
Yeah, the hugs build that I'm using, I'm not completely used to yet, but when
Yeah.
you can get a crit off it, it really hurts.
Mm. Alright, let's not trap ourselves in the water again.
Yeah.
Outsiders! Fight them off!
Ow!
There's the ding. Where is he?
I am having issues. Oh my god.
Oh, of course it's not. I heard a weird, like, gargling sound, and it's my dog is scratching his jowls.
Oh jeez.
Get him, friend!
Ow. My dog had the wrong setting on too. Whole lot of not helpful.
guard?
Yeah, he was on the defensive one instead of the healing one. Because when I swapped them around to make medic my main one, it reset them both to the defaults.
They're
Yeah.
coming. Keep shooting.
Oh, why are you purple? Oh, God! I'm dead. My dog's just big chillin' here. Ow!
Yeah, just imagine this is after they nerf those guys.
Jeez. That's so bad.
You know, when the DLC first came out, these guys were set on basically apocalypse difficulty, no matter what
Oh.
difficulty you were at.
Oh, God. That'd be awful.
So they were just like constantly one-shotting everybody, no matter what difficulty you were on.
Yeah, yep, that would do it. Checkpoint!
What is that spell?
Woohoo.
Let us rest.
Just gotta smack the door real quick. Alright.
Smack, smack, smack.
Still bleeding.
Don't worry, I'll break everything in this room. Don't worry.
Just one second, I had somebody message me.
No worries.
Somebody asking me a question about Pat's Discord.
Ah, gotcha.
They wanted to do a fundraiser.
Ah.
Like, yep, just put it in, promote yourself.
Yep. I don't like that.
Cover me.
Of the great power of Nebula. That's the handgun that I'm using.
Yeah. Heal the doggo.
The king.
Pet all the doggo.
I heard voices.
Loading up.
Okay. This weapon's not leveled up enough to be in here right now. There. Bow for now.
This place is amazing.
Indeed it is.
So there's a hole there and a ladder there.
Why? Why? What's the point of the ladder? Am I just supposed to jump? Oh, well. We're jumping now. Ah, yes, a barrel broke my fall.
Oh. Hello?
It guides the king.
Hello, Whiny.
No. No. We're on an island surrounded by the blackness. Never meant to venture to distant shores. The voices. Well, whispers, really. I can't make out what they're saying. Just quiet enough not to understand them. Loud enough that I can't ignore them. You're not like us. You're not from here. No matter. The decay. It spreads from the king himself, like a shadow ever growing as the sun sets. He must be stopped. But that's what he wants. He doesn't know he wants it. It's what they want. They want him dead. They want it all dead. There's a darkness inside me, trying to get out.
That sounds
It's
fine.
Too late for me. Too late.
That seems fine.
Oh, the voices, they hurt.
Alright, well. Oh, hey, there's a piece of paper here. Elowen, I'm sorry for not showing up. I can't be seen near you again. You know I love you more than anything, but they're saying things about you. Bad things. All that stuff you're talking about, the shadows and darkness and what sits, it's not normal. They're saying you're possessed by evil spirits. I want to help you, but... You know what they do to us folks when we make a fuss. They'll throw you in that wretched madhouse. They stormed my door last night with their rifles and I told them you already left. That's the last thing I can do for you for a while. You've got to hide. And please, please, please don't speak to anyone until I find you again. Well, she's having an existential crisis.
Yeah.
Ew.
Still bleeding.
Oh, hey. The door. Boop. So we're back here now.
Yeah, I think that was just the way to get up in case we fell.
Probably. So
But we got lower.
We did get lore. And a crazy lady.
Yeah. Yeah, basically like the green and purple blobby things that we've been fighting.
Uh-huh.
That's what she's turning into.
Ah. That's unfortunate.
Yep.
She's having a very bad day. Oh god! What?
Nebula, why did you start it?
Ah! Oh, you're underneath of me. I see. Oh. Oh god, oh god.
Everything is pain and death.
It's so bad up here! Ah!
Ah, I gotta watch on me.
Well. And I have, like, so many dudes up here.
I'm coming.
Hello. Oh my god!
Yeah, although he kind of clears some of his guns
There's
out.
so many guys! Dog, please! I'm coming
Oh,
up.
dog's down too.
Oh, great. Oh, sure, get the dog first!
You both were next to each other, I just chose one.
Remember me!
Dog, why aren't you getting her up?
Because it's dead!
It's dead again. No.
Yeah. Oh, sure, now it comes to my corpse.
Oh, dog.
I didn't even get to see what the boss looked like.
I can fix that.
Oh, you missed. That was chaotic. Alright. I was definitely prepared for that.
Yeah, it doesn't help if the Nebula bot just auto starts the fight.
Yeah. Okay. There, I switched things back around to where they belong. Okay, this is fine. Ow. Alright. Let me get rid of this gray health. Most productive way for me to play the game, chat, right here. Sprint to heal.
Still bleeding.
Meanwhile, you're still bleeding. Yep.
Yep. Endless bleeding.
Alright, so there's a boss down here, huh?
Sort of, yeah.
Oh, that looks fine.
PlayStation, I don't care.
Oh. Yeah, that's cool.
There's so many. There's the witch.
Oh god, don't trap me in the corner. Well. Oh, dog's getting me.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Well, alrighty.
Hey, we popped it.
Come here, dog, before you perish. You're gonna perish! Stop moving! Stop moving! Well, this is not my fault. You good dog there. Oh, jeez.
Won't
Hey,
fall.
Scythe blade. Ooh. Very shiny. Sharpened scythe blade that's rusted over from its close proximity to the sea. At least you're pretty sure that that's rust. If you can reunite it with its missing piece, you'll have a brutal new weapon to add to your collection. Ooh. I like scythes.
Bleeding won't stop.
Dog, okay, well. There we go. Alright, up the stairs. Zoom. Fake door. Okay. Hello, I have returned.
Welcome back. I think we have to go this way.
Yeah. Up we go. Knew it, I knew it!
My next day off, I definitely need to pull my mouse apart and figure out why the right button isn't buttoning.
Oof. Yeah, that would be annoying for sure. Oh, fuck. Yeet.
Deleted.
Woohoo. Kill the doggo.
Yeah, the max power level you can get is only 20, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
bleeding won't stop.
Almost to 20. Ow. Your orbs.
Looks like I'm full up.
Dog, I love you.
Ah!
Get out of the way.
Run! Ow, 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 ow. Oh god, oh god, oh god. I'm fine.
Yeah, looks like this way is just the way back down.
Yeah.
That way.
I want to get my map all filled up. Oh, all the way down. Okay. Zoom.
Just dog almost pushed me off the ledge.
Wait, what do you mean? What have I done, peace? I don't like this.
Here we go.
I knew it! I knew it! Ah! I pushed! Ah! I don't want to be down here! What did I miss in there?
Nothing.
Okay.
There's nothing in here.
That's good. Oh, that was a while ago? Yeah, I lose track of when shit's happens.
Down the hole of glory.
Ooh, I floated for a second. Oh, goodbye. Lever!
Now we can get back. Yay.
Hooray! Cool goop everywhere. That's a great sign. Oh. Another one of these, huh?
Yep.
Okay, well... Oh, and the dog's down too. That's great. Jeez. say, which direction was that again? We opened a thing. This way?
This way, yeah. This way, but ground floor.
Ow, ow, ow.
Bag's full.
So we need to go down?
No more
Yep.
room.
Okay.
Oh, Dudley.
Ow.
This ain't good.
Oh, very helpful dog.
What do you want?
Oh, it did at least actually connect. That's good. Oh, actually, it didn't connect to me. It connected to you and the dog just then. Okay, fine. I will sprint until I'm healed. Thanks a lot, dog. This is how we play the game now.
Run, run, run.
Yep. Hey, better this than wasting healing items.
Well, I mean, that is one of the good things about Medic as the Prime class. Is that...
No, I swapped off of that because I was
back.
suffering.
Like, Medic as a Prime class, if you fill up that green bar, it'll refill one of your relic charges.
Okay. Let's try it again.
Not enough room.
Okay, this is fine. Fucking.
Purple tube. Sucking it.
Everyone okay?
Oh my gosh.
Oh, much better.
That's such a small area to have to do that in.
Yep.
Scythe, help! Yoink. Appears to be made of jawbones of unknown origin, repurposed to complement the sharp scythe of a Dran ritualist. If you... Hi, Dusty, hold on. If you can only join it with its missing blade, you have a new weapon on your hands. I'll be right back. I gotta take the dog out.
Right, then I shall do the same.
Alright, go on.
Still bleeding. Bleeding won't stop. bleeding won't stop.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thanks. You look so creepy crouching in the corner like that. That was so unsettling.
So if you inspect, I think like one of the side parts, then there should be like a thing to stick them together.
Ah. 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 Boop. Ritualist Scythe. The foreboding make of this scythe is like an unspoken promise to leave nothing but death, suffering, and destruction in its wake. The blade is stained a rusty red, and grasping the bones that comprise the staff sends a shiver of dread down your spine. Woohoo!
Yay!
That's a mighty swing. Ooh, it do a spin.
Do a heck of a spin.
It do. Okay, is that everything in here then?
Yep, I think that's it for the dungeon.
Cool. Zoom. Ow.
Me.
Ow. There we are. Touch. Get out of here. Put my leveled up axe back on for now.
Hey, watch out! Here they come!
Ow, dog.
Give 'em
over my arrow. How dare. Okay, now we can go to the speech.
Okay.
That's just where we were.
Yeah, I was just looking at my map.
Ah.
That's rude.
Even me. Nothing. Wake up, my children. That stench.
Oh.
Heretic!
Well. Oh shit! Dude just exploded. Oh, you are okay.
Yeah, shocking.
Oh, fuck.
And up again.
That was some timing.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
Dogs, sit. Thank you. Whew. Oh, that was intense.
Yep.
Why's everything gotta be so much harder when you go up a difficulty?
Running low.
That's one of the things that I really like about this game is that even
Yeah.
with me, like I have all the classes maxed out, all the weapons maxed out, and I still can just die at the drop of a hat.
Yeah. Perish. It's not just an automatic win just because you have really big stuff. Ah, yes. Boat, I see. Oink. Okay.
But then also make it more fun. I picked a class load up that I'm not really like used to.
Yeah.
Bleeding won't stop.
A lot more of a glass cannon-y build.
Yeah, this is gonna get so much worse when I go to level up a class I'm not not used to.
Yeah.
If I think it's bad now, I'm gonna hurt so much later.
Well, it'll actually go like a lot quicker because
Yeah.
like people are saying, like normally it's split between like the two classes, but like once one of them's 10, everything just funnels into the other one.
Yeah. I'm pretty close to having both of these up. Medic's at 9 right now.
Yep. So yeah, like any talent points you have, just stick them in the scholar.
Okay. Marshland!
Best. I'm never know.
I'm up here now.
Why?
I don't know. Let's not get him. Shut up. Oh god.
Forward. Forward.
Uh-oh.
That is disappointing.
Like, where? Ah, there it is.
Up there. Become food for the nanobites. Om nom nom.
Woohoo. Oh, there's a ladder to get up here. Ah, large door.
Door of doom.
Okay, and all of that looks like stuff we'll come back to later. Okay. Zoom! Door of Doom! Yeet! Oh boy, more of this shit.
More fire.
Oh. Smooth.
I didn't know you could do that.
Yeah.
Do this.
Hey,
Hello.
what's your favorite place?
Oh yeah, fuck that place. Eventually I'll get something different.
Well, I mean, this is part of the one shot.
Yeah.
This is technically one of the new things that they added.
Ah, I see. So I just got lucky last time and happened to get the new shit.
Yep.
Bleeding won't stop.
Yep, just rolling into a pile of bricks. That wouldn't hurt at all.
Get the outsider!
I saw a large lad incoming. Thought I did. Where'd you go? Ah, there's the big boy. Oh my god, you're so big! Oh my god! Oh, we're fine. Zoom!
I see a purple.
Woohoo!
You never saw me coming!
Point. Scholar. Zoom.
Death to intruders!
Looks like I'm full.
Yoink. Oh my. Ah. Will it do the thing if I touch the thing, maybe?
No, it's not part of this one.
Okay. I saw an item there and got very scared. I was full of so much concern. Checkpoint!
We didn't find that purple item, did we?
The purple item that I found just gave me scrap because I already had it.
Oh, okay. That explains it.
Yeah.
Eat.
They're here!
No more red bits on the map.
Yay, chest.
Woohoo! Alright. What do we got over
Yay,
here?
main boss.
Ah. Why does this boss look like a maze? Ow.
It is.
Still bleeding.
Don't like that. This seems fine. I was really hoping that I'd get that fire pit again so I could save the dude, but oh well.
At last.
Yeah, you won't find it in one shot.
Haven't we fought like 12 of you? Well, that was fast. I rolled right into that. Thanks, dog. Fucking... Oh, she back. Oh, goodbye.
Oh, she's hard. That's why she's taking so much.
Yeah. Whoop, she back. Buff
Basically,
for ya.
arena. Like, you can open up more passageways than these maximums.
Nope, and goodbye.
Take it.
Okay, well, that was rude, you little shit. Phew! Hex wreath. Nifty.
Stay down! Bleeding won't stop. I can't carry anymore.
That was almost enough to level me up. Oh, there you are. I was like, where the fuck are you? It says you're right next to me on my map. Oh no, the redeem sounds are funky. Okay, hold on. It's because I turned on... I fucked with the sounds a little bit, hoping I'd be able to hear it. I clearly was not correct, so let me turn that off. Why are there too different? I don't know. I guess I'll just have to go with Twitch's default alerts for now, or... But thank you for the hydrate and the posture check. I did not frickin' hear those because my sounds are all messed up now.
Yay for audio scuff.
Yeah, when I split all of my audio sources up, I just stopped hearing them in my headset. But I only split them up in OBS. I should still hear them. So it's weird. But yeah. Hooray for Scuff. Woohoo! Okay. Nothing worth it back there. The exit! Hooray! Okay. Don't shoot my dog!
I would never.
Uh-huh.
Still bleeding.
Mm-hmm. 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 Ow, that did so much damage! Rude! It's a good thing there's a crystal right here.
Yep.
Oink. Hello.
This better be good. What you got?
Creeping mist. Ah. Enemies receive additional status effect damage, or more likely to be struck with crits. Ah. Nifty.
Yeah, yep. You know where to find me.
Greetings, my friend. Let's talk again soon.
Greetings and saturation. Let me tell you, it was in this column that, so I stand out and now, well, I was in this. I tell you what.
Is it story time?
Ooh, anyway.
Oh, I accidentally chose story
You're
instead
not
of
the
the
first.
shop.
Ah, gotcha, gotcha.
So long as you head back then, eh?
So what does this guy do?
Oh, he sells you armor.
Ah. I see. I've never actually bothered talking to him.
Yep. So that's all the starter sets and stuff.
Okay. Gotcha.
Back again. What you need? See you around, traveler. Bleeding won't stop.
Getting hungry. Almost dinner time.
Dinner time.
Yeah.
Wait, I still have this item?
What?
Let's see if I can use it. If I have to. Go. Then we go. Oh, I can't use it in here.
Yeet. What'd you do?
We went poof.
What did you use? What's this? This isn't an item I had, is it?
No, it's one that I had that for some reason it let me bring it over.
I've got a real bad feeling about this place.
Isn't this... Oh god! Oh god! Ah! Whoa!
So you know earlier the guy that you used the dream catcher on to go
Uh-huh.
to the stream?
Yes.
This is what happens when you go to the Hunter's Street.
Ah. Alrighty then. So how do you go to her dream?
So like when you beat her and like come to this area,
Uh-huh.
she's actually sleeping.
Uh-huh. So if
So
you
you
use the
kinda,
dream
like-
texture while she's sleeping?
Yeah. You kind of like crouch down, like slowly walk up to her so you don't wake her.
Ah.
And then when you have the dream catcher equipped, you just kind of like boop her with it.
Gotcha.
Then he gives you like a huntress's something orb, and then you use it, and it brings you here.
Gotcha. I love that it's not even like a sectioned off area, it's just like access to the entire fucking map.
if you catch her sleeping, you can use the dream catcher on her for the same thing.
Oh, yeah.
And that's actually how you get the bow that I'm using.
Ooh. Dusty, baby. Lay down, little guy. Lay down. Dusty, lay down. Thank you. Alrighty. To
Maybe we should
chaos.
check that castle out.
Chaos!
Castle.
That should have given me another talent point too.
Yeah, it did. I think I already used it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Die, pigs!
Surprised that wasn't enough to level me. I'm like so close.
Ooh, ring.
Ooh. Gross. Digested hog lure.
There's a chance to drop from the pigs.
Nice. This seems fine. Gross. Oh shit.
Gross.
I found a large lad. Oh god! There's more! Oh, he's just back. Okay. That's fine. Woohoo!
Eating all the good stuff.
Nom 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 nom.
Oh yeah, that's what's back here.
Ooh. Big hook. Fathomless deep. Melee stagger. Eh. I like my big axe. Oh, hello.
Life.
Brown lump.
Oh.
Fuck.
I owe you one.
For some reason that shock was like extra shocky.
Apparently. Okay, good enough.
Still bleeding.
Oh, see the intruder!
Yeet.
Shit! Incoming!
Yeet.
Keep them away!
Sir. don't do that.
He is all goopy.
It's very goopy. Checkpoint! Hooray!
Yay.
Bag's full.
Okay, there's that corner.
So do you want to do fun secrets?
I like fun secrets.
Okay. First we'll open this secret way back.
Ah, yes. The very secret way back.
Alright. Now you see that bell?
Uh-oh.
So there are 3 bells on this map.
Okay. And now we're in danger.
Yep.
Ooh, hello. Woohoo.
Oh, that guy didn't trigger for some reason.
Huh.
A little gargoyle.
Oh, hello. I did it! Oh, there's so many of them. Oh, I see. There's another one just chilling in the distance. Alright. Ah, I see. He found a crowd to deal with. What?
This guy was supposed to be on the other side of the boat where we were standing.
Ah.
And I was wondering why he wasn't there.
Apparently he got stuck in the fight that accidentally happened over here.
Fight them together, friends! Why don't you get alive?
This is why I don't use thick roll.
We did it.
Ooh, hello.
We don't want you here!
Alright, well. That happened, I suppose. I guess it pays to be patient.
Yep. The shortcut back to what's his name?
Woohoo!
No luck on this one.
Touchdown. Yeet.
No, Goofy Sir, you stay down here with me.
Good.
Well, that's new. What's that?
Well. Okay. Huh. I found a cave.
Cave of Wonders.
The Cave of Wonders making noise. You know, we could have been friends. Ow! Phew. Just lore. Should've just sat back and... Huh? What? Oh. How did I not see that?
Would like to see this.
I don't know.
Everything else is just so shiny already that it just looks shiny, that's it.
But now you have the item for the new class,
Oh! Yay!
which in my opinion is one of the most fun classes the game ever made.
Ooh. Which class is that?
The Ritualist.
Ah. That makes sense.
Otherwise known as Statuses for Everybody.
Status is for everybody, that's fair. I'm like like so convinced I'm just gonna fall in the water.
Out of room.
Over there!
Oh, hi. Rude. Oh, hello, sir.
Bag's full.
Zoom. Okay. They're having a party in here. I'm helping.
Reloading.
Woohoo. Well,
Above you.
oh God!
Ah, she's healing him.
Oh, is that what's happening? I was like, why isn't he taking damage? He is, he's just healing. That's very different.
The boss version of this guy is super annoying.
I can see why.
Ah, I've been tethered. It's one of those bosses that has like an the kill mechanic.
Oh, lovely. That seems fine.
Yep. And we're missing itty bitty red spots to the right. Back where the crystal was.
Well, fine. Zoom.
No. Lever. Pull the lever. Open the door.
Zoom. Don't go back up. Stay down. Ah! Oh, there is so much down here. Oh my God! Large lad.
Where are you running to?
Hello.
Bye.
Door.
See which one is this one?
Oof.
Oh, the fun one, yes.
Lighthouse. This will probably be the last thing that I'm able to do today.
Yep, that's fine. This DLC area is surprisingly long.
Yeah. That's rude.
Get the outsider!
Ow! Rude.
This area has one of my favorite weapons in the game.
Yeah. Orpal!
Oh, Freestone. Oh, yep, I already got that one.
I did not.
Yay, for new stuff.
Woohoo!
Watch it! Here they come!
More outsiders!
I see a toe.
Woohoo! Whee! Zoom! Hooray! Level 10.
Yay!
Now to put on something level 1 and suffer! Give me the shiny! I clicked that wall. Zoom.
Bleeding won't stop.
You won't get past me!
What was that? Or tell me your secrets.
Doink. Okay, the question is what to put on next. Because they're all not existent.
um, I mean, like, engineer's fun for just being, like, boring. Because it's all just, like, turret. Honestly, I would wait and just, like, get ritualist.
Yeah.
Because it's, like, a super fun class. The rest of those are, I mean, like, other than engineer, the rest of them are just kind of, like, boring to level. In my opinion. Like Crusaders, if you want to be like really like tanky and get into melee range. Like Hunter and Gunslinger are both like that's the combination that I'm using right now.
Mm-hmm.
And they're super like damage oriented. And then Alchemist is just support buffs, but very weak.
Yeah. Boom. Alright, crystal. Checkpoint! Hey, Nightshade!
Big boy.
Where did you go?
Oh, I had a little
There you are.
red area, so I was like, I'm gonna go explore it, see if there's anything good in there.
Gotcha.
Still bleeding.
Why is this bell broken?
Yeah, sadly, the 3 bells are only in the overworld, so we won't
Well,
find
that's
any
rude.
here.
Smack it anyways. Pop.
Like one of the second skill that the ritualist has,
Mm-hmm.
it basically puts every debuff or every like damaging debuff on every enemy within a certain radius.
Oh, jeez. Well,
And you can make the radius bigger using like the AoE trait.
yeah.
So it gets like ridiculous.
Oh,
Like
jeez.
skills and everything. So like before they fixed it, you could have the cooldown at basically 0
Oh, jeez.
and just like walk around the map just like spamming it, like, killing everything.
Oh my god. Yeah, I can see why that might need tweaking. Oh god.
Generator traffic. Go, dog, go!
Woo! Okay.
I hate trappers so much.
Yeah.
I didn't notice it before. That is very creepy.
Oh, what the? Slice.
Giant blade sea snake, yeah.
Yeah, there's been a couple of those in different areas.
Wait, now you should have gotten the key, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Bleeding won't stop.
You at the Liddy house.
Shit, they see us.
Ah. Stuff.
What do we have here?
Reloading.
Oh, little red bits off my map.
Yeah.
Yeet.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, there's so much extra shit over here.
Yep.
Oh, hello. Monsters. That was spooky.
Yep, that was the skill I'm talking about. And it's already halfway charged.
Oh, jeez.
Like I said, like, if you have like a low cooldown build like this one, it's just, it gets
Yeah. Alright, Palpatine.
Does that mean that?
Oh, I don't like when you blink doing it. That's even creepier. Oh, I'm doing good, Nightshade. How are you doing?
Yeah, so that's the data mining class that they were talking about, the Archon.
Gotcha.
Which it makes a super fun pairing.
Yeah.
Because I can just go...
Gum
oh, they're just on range.
Oh, well, hello. Well, that weapon seems excessive.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Uh-huh. Sure. Oh. Hello. I found a hole.
Yep, go down the hole.
Go down the hole.
Yep, go down the hole.
Eat. Locked door. Oh. Key? Nope, wrong key.
Sort of. You have to inspect the key.
Oh, that's rude. Why did the one time I forget to inspect it, nothing... Fine.
Flip.
Stuff. Shotgun!
Not just any shotgun.
Excessive shotgun?
Yes.
Well, it's gonna have to wait until I can level it up or it's not gonna do any damage.
Yep. So it's a shotgun that fires incendiary rounds.
Ah.
So like every shot does fire damage.
Gotcha.
But then it also has like a customizable mod slot.
Yeah.
So like if you put like the shocky rounds on it,
Oh, jeez.
then it's doing fire and shock at the same time.
That seems necessary.
Or you could like put the corrosion rounds and do fire and corrosion at the same time.
Yeah.
Which then there's also the mutator, which you could add like corruption with every shot.
Jeez.
So if you have like the shock rounds on, then you do fire, shock, and corrosion every shot.
Oh my gosh. Ah. Well. I don't have a thing.
Yep. As they patched it so you can only get one per.
Well, that's fucking rude. The key didn't break, you turds.
But it's only like a mid-tier ring.
Heck.
So it's like a ring that you really won't use versus shotgun.
I mean, you don't know if I'd not use it.
Let me look it up real quick.
I'm the queen of using mid-tier garbage.
Lighthouse Keeper's Ring. Automatically generate 3 mod power per second for each entity within 10 meters suffering from a negative status effect.
Congratulations, everything's suffering from lightning.
Yay!
Okay, is that the end of this area?
Yep, that's
Dope.
the end.
Where is the nearest?
There is no like nearest. It's
So fucking far away.
Yep.
Aha. Oh my gosh. There we go.
Yep, so
Nadan Ali.
Spooky. Well, thanks for joining.
yep, thanks for having me.
That final boss was a menace to society.
Yeah, it took me and Pat, I think like 6 or 7 tries to finally get it down.
I can see why, because that was...
But we were also playing on veteran. Next
Yeah.
time we jump straight into it.
Now that would have been so much worse on veteran.
Yeah.
Like, that was bad enough I could not keep up with the safe locations. Just, ooh boy.
Yep. Oh, it gets even crazier on Apocalypse because like all the bosses have like 3 buffs to them and
Gross, no!
very close.
I can't even imagine that. I am too babu for the scary mode.
That's okay, you'll get there. So how many tell points are you at now?
43.
Okay, so you're about halfway there.
Woohoo!
Yeah, so like, the maximum amount of points right now is 85.
Ah, gotcha. Yes, my very balanced spread of points here.
Yes.
Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and dip and start wrapping things up. Thanks for playing.
Yay, anytime.
Have a good
Have a good
one.
night, everybody. Bye-bye.
Bye. Alrighty, chat. Thank you guys for hanging out, lurking, and chatting, and thank you to Sky for playing. I hope you guys enjoyed the final boss, and now we're doing DLC stuff. I hope you guys are having fun with it and enjoying the chaos. We're ending a little bit earlier than we normally would today. I've still got some planning to do for tomorrow's cooking stream, so I'm gonna wrap up so that I can get us ready for that. You guys will get to see what the plan is tomorrow. In the meantime, though, let's see if there's anybody that we can send this party on over to chat. I encourage you to stick around while we raid someone. Let's see. What do we got? There's quite a few people doing things today. You wanna raid Zeph? We can raid Zeph. Oh good, they just started. Alright, chat. Y'all know the drill with raids. Be nice, follow Zeph's rules, most importantly, have fun. Let's get that queued up. Boop. Alright, chat. I hope you all have an absolutely wonderful day, night, evening, whatever the heck it may be for you. And I hope to see you all tomorrow for the cooking stream. Have a good one, you guys. Goodbye.